All right, at this time, the mayor will call to order the regular city council meeting for 6 p.m. It is now 6:27 on Tuesday, January the 7th of 2025. City Council Chambers, 201 East Nash Street, Terrell, Texas. Have here on the dais District 2, Donna Renee Anderson. District 3, Mayor Ronnie Velasquez. District 4, Stephanie Holmes Thomas, Mayor Pro Tem. District 5, Phil Robinson, Deputy Mayor Pro Tem. At this time, I would like to invite Pastor Reginald E. Miller from the Chosen Generation Church to come forward and lead us in invocation. If you would, please remain standing for the pledges. And also, Pastor, before you leave, I've got something for you, okay?
Father, we thank you for this another day. We thank you, Father, for how you've watched over us and protected us. We thank you for this great city you have planted us in. And we pray even now, God, that you would give us the wisdom that we need. And we remember that your word has said, if we acknowledge you in all of our ways, that you would lead us and you would guide us. So it is your guidance that we seek on tonight. And we pray your special blessing upon these that have decided to serve this community. And we thank you, God, for all that you have caused us to know, that you will prosper us as we put you first. This we pray in Jesus' name. Amen. To the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. Pledge allegiance to the flag of Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
I guess this is ours. Pastor Miller, I want to thank you for being with us this evening as we close out our Christmas holiday season and begin our new year of 2025. I want to thank you for your work that your church has done within the community and all the faith-based residents that we have in our city of Terrell. I'd like to present to you a challenge coin. This is to lead the way here in Terrell and also to build your legacy here with the city of Terrell. Again, we thank you for all of your service and thank you for being with us this evening. If you would turn. Thank you so much. And I hope that you continue to pray for this in 2025. Thank you very much. All right, our next item on the agenda is mayor and council community recognitions and events. Council, this is National Law Enforcement Appreciation Day.
Amen.
Is coming up, so we absolutely want to take time out and recognize our Terrell Police Department in the form of a proclamation. So I have a proclamation from the Office of the Mayor of the City of Terrell, and it reads, whereas National Law Enforcement Appreciation Day is observed each year on the 9th of January, and whereas the members of the Terrell Police Department knowingly place their health and safety on the line to protect the citizens of Terrell, and whereas police officers are subject to other job-related risks, including motor vehicle incidences, and whereas members of our Terrell Police Force must adjust to the stress of shift work and associated fatigue, workplace stress, and exposure to traumatic incidents that may impact mental health. And whereas law enforcement officers typically have the highest incidence rates of injuries that result in time away from work due to workplace violence, and whereas our police officers sacrifice time away from their families in order to fulfill the duties of the job, and whereas our law enforcement officers are heroes whose badges reflect their commitment to put their lives above others in the name of duty, now therefore I, by the authority vested in me as mayor, and on behalf of the Terrell City Council, do hereby proclaim January the 6th of 2025 as Law Enforcement Appreciation Day in the city of Terrell, and encourage all citizens to join me in recognizing and honoring Terrell Police Chief Arlie Sansom and the members of the Terrell Police Department for their selfless and courageous service to the citizens of Terrell. In witness whereof I have hereunto set my hand and caused the corporate seal of the city of Terrell, Texas, to be affixed this, the 9th day of January of 2025. Ronnie, would you come forward, please? Gentlemen, thank you all so much for your service to this community. I know you've been in my prayers throughout the holiday season, and we appreciate the hard work and dedication that each and every one of you give to our city. So thank you very much.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Rock.
Harley, thank you as always. Thank you, sir.
Hug. You want to get up?
Yeah, can we get in? Maybe we move forward a little bit.
Can you see everybody?
Except you.
I'm good.
Move forward, Harley, maybe it might be able to get behind it. All right. Can somebody squeeze in behind? Sure. Here we go, let's go. Is that better? No.
That's much worse.
Take care. Thank you all. Good to see you. Harley, good job, bud.
All right, this is Mayor and Council Community Recognition and Events. I want to first thank all of our citizens of Terrell for their outpouring of show of support for our Terrell Police Department and for the Candenosa family that was tragic for this community. I can't tell you how many times I heard from other jurisdictions, mayors, that they were thinking about us and also sending support for our police department as we addressed the funeral services for Officer Candenosa and for his wife Devin and for his daughter Amethyst. And man, you really showed out as a community for this city. So we want to say thank you. Hope everyone had a safe and happy New Year. And as we get ready to prepare for 2025, my hope is this community continues to grow and build together, and that while we may not always agree on everything, we will always welcome each other at the table. And if we can do that, I think we're going to be okay, and that's a positive direction to move in. So thank you for all of your hard work, each and one of you, the council members. Anybody have any community recognition or events that are coming up?
Mayor, I want to say that I share the same sentiments with about our community and our police department. Sometimes you replay things and you say, well, I'm thinking about it, and I think we've made some good decisions here as it relates to our police department. Also, our fire department, they were nice enough, and it was just right on time to do the ride-alongs in the community. It was the cheer that we needed after such a tragedy. So I want to say that I appreciate the chief and the fire department and the firefighters that were an intricate part of that. And last but not least, we want to remember our citizens in the community as the weather drops, and our community partners that are providing warming stations or whatever for our citizens that may have some housing insecurities at this time. It's not a day go by that I'm not grateful and thankful for what I have, and I'm always remembering those people, especially during this time. Thank you.
Anyone else? I do want to mention, though, for Allison or whomever, on our city Facebook page or any social media that goes out that has things that you probably should do as you prepare for the weather that may come. And if last year was any indication, it's certainly going to hit us. But one of those things that you need to remember, because I did it today, was to make sure you have plenty of meds to get you through for a couple of days. So if you need to get that, please do that, and prepare as best you can. Mayrani, did you have something, or?
Yes, on January the 22nd, 6 p.m. at the Performing Arts Center, or not January the 22nd, January the 20th, on a Monday, is the Martin Luther King Jr. Day celebration. So just wanted to put that out there.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? All right, the next item on the agenda is to hear remarks from visitors. Do we have any? All right. At this time, we'll move into our public hearings and city council actions. The first item on the agenda is 4.1, conduct a public hearing to receive comments regarding a zone change from single-family 7.5 SF-75 to a proposed neighborhood edge NE. Property is located in Block 1, Lots 1B, 2B, 3B, and 4B of the Terrell Terrace Addition in the city of Terrell, Texas, 75160, Kaufman County, Texas. Also known as 311 9th Street, Terrell, Texas, 75160, ZC 24-07. This is going to be handled by our Business Development Manager, Jana Wampler.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Tonight, I bring you an application for a zone change. The property is known as 311 9th Street. Dawn, if you'll go to the picture, to the page that has the picture of the site, right there. This property since 1999 was used as Kaufman County Farm Bureau, and the business was conducted on that property from 1999 to 2018. The property is currently zoned single-family 7.5, but the space has always been used as a neighborhood-type service. The current owner has requested that the zoning be brought up to what the use has been since 1999. When I went back doing research on this property, Google Earth let me go back until 2014 was the latest I could, and you could tell that the parking lot has been there. So it has been used as a business, and being a local Terrell citizen for all my life, I can verify that it has been as much as many of you can as well. The current owner is looking to bring the zoning up to current use and has a couple of different potential tenants. One is for a barber shop and another one is for office space. So it'll be continuing as a neighborhood service. What we would like to do, and we're proposing, with the proposed neighborhood services zoning that we had presented to you in our zoning ordinance changes, which has been delayed, we would like for you to consider going ahead and providing approval for this application pending then that approval of that zoning ordinance change. 20 letters were sent out to the adjacent property owners within the 200-foot buffer. We did receive 3 responses. 1 was in favor and 2 were not in favor. If approved tonight in the zoning ordinance, then we will then move forward with that application. Staff recommends approval of this ordinance 3084. And P&Z on December 19th voted in favor of this zoning change with a 6-0 favor of the application. As again, you see the picture of the property, and I've got all of the various documents that you're accustomed to seeing. The zoning ordinance, verifying that is a single-family 6.0, as well as the future land use is. If you have any questions after the reading of the ordinance, I'm here to answer those.
Does anybody have any questions for Jana?
So it sounds like this business was used for an insurance agent all those years,
Yes, ma'am.
and you're proposing, you said maybe barber shop or,
Yes. Still tailored to the neighborhood services.
And only 3 people responded,
Yes, ma'am.
and 2,
Two were not in favor, but they weren't understanding what our neighborhood edge zoning that we're proposing, and they were worried about added traffic to the area on 9th Street. Yes, ma'am.
This is far away, this is further away from Colquitt than most people think.
It is. It's closer to, across the street is that daycare
Daycare?
center.
Yes.
Yes. Mhm.
Yeah, I know. All right, anyone else? No? Okay.
Well, the only thing I was trying to figure out was, tell me again, what is the difference between neighborhood services and the edge?
It's the same thing. This zoning would allow any owner of this property either to revert back to a single-family dwelling or to use it for neighborhood services that creates less density.
Neighborhood services was only for businesses. It would not allow a home.
Neighborhood edge is neighborhood services. It's one of the same. So the uses, we will not allow any different type of uses. We're not going to allow like a liquor store or anything that would cause noise, to the area after hours. It's only for what it's continued to be used for since 1999. And there's several of those businesses along that strip that have that dual
I'm
use.
sorry, I just this is a public hearing.
Yes.
So let's let the public hear, and then we'll come right back to you, okay? At this time, we'll open up the public hearing to receive comments regarding the zone change from single-family 7.5 to a proposed neighborhood edge. Is there anyone here to speak for or against this item? Hearing none, we'll close the public hearing and discuss and consider ordinance number 3084.
Yes. Mr. Mayor, members of the council, we bring to you tonight ordinance number 3084, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Terrell, Kaufman County, Texas, amending Appendix 2 zoning ordinance of the City of Terrell, changing the zoning classification on certain real property, more particularly described as a portion of lots 1, 2, 3, and 4, Block 1, Terrell Terrace addition to the City of Terrell, Kaufman County, Texas, and also known as 311 9th Street, City of Terrell, from single-family 7.5, SF 7.5, to proposed neighborhood edge, NE, as shown on the survey plat attached here to as Exhibit A, and made a part hereof for all purposes, providing for severability and providing an effective date, Zone ZC 24-07.
All right, does anybody need to hear or have any questions for Jana?
I just want to clarify with this neighborhood edge, when we look at the property, the photograph, it
Can you
kinda
go back
looks
to
like
the
a
photo of
house.
the,
So my understanding, it can always vacillate back and forth based on that. I like that caveat.
Yes,
because
ma'am.
we've had concerns about houses, or used to be residences,
Mm-hmm.
and then after a certain time, if somebody wanted to live there, I like this. Thank you.
That way, then the seller, if they want to sell, then they can do a dual role on that listing.
so this was a 6-0 vote, unanimous vote from our planning and zoning.
Correct.
Does anybody have any further questions? Again, this will be pending our planning, our ordinance 3080. All right?
3084,
Is it 30?
3084.
No, that's this ordinance, but it's pending ordinance 30.
80 is the zoning ordinance.
Okay.
But the ordinance associated with this
Okay.
zone change application is
So pending ordinance
3084.
3080, we would approve it. All right, got it. Does anybody have any further questions? Is there a motion on 4.1?
Motion to approve ordinance number 3084.
Have a motion to approve. Is there a second?
A second.
We have a motion from Phil Robinson, Deputy Mayor Pro Tem District 5, a second from Stephanie Holmes Thomas, Mayor Pro Tem District 4, to approve ordinance number 3084, pending the passage of our ordinance 3080. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, let it be known by stating aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries from unanimous vote of those present. Our next item on the agenda is 5.1. Discuss and consider reappointments to the Facilities Naming Committee. This is going to be our Assistant City Manager, Mark Mills.
Mayor, council, good evening.
Hi, Mark.
Hi there.
Hello.
So the.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you as well.
New Year.
The Facilities Naming Committee, as you all remember, is a 9-member committee. They're appointed to 1-year terms. 2 members of the committee are appointed by each city council member for districts 2 through 5, and then the mayor appoints 1 individual as well. We're looking to standardize the terms to run from January 1 through December the 31st. So in the future, if we have a vacancy, we'll ask you to reappoint for the remainder of the unexpired term. So that way they run January 1 through December 31st each year. Currently, we have 3 vacancies on the committee. District 2 includes Devonna Thomas and a vacant position. District 3, Gustavo Ortega and Leonard Lancaster. District 4 appointees are Estella Johnson and a vacant position. And then District 5 is Steve Huey, as well as a vacant position. And then Jessica King serves on the committee, appointed by the mayor.
Okay.
This evening, we're going to ask you to each appoint 2 individuals because they are 1-year terms. So if you have an incumbent that you'd like to reappoint, we're going to ask you to reappoint them as well. Of the individuals that are listed on the screen, all of them have indicated a desire to remain on the committee.
All right. Thank you, Mark. Does anybody have any questions? We'll take, we're gonna vote on all of them together, but District 2, do you have someone?
I had Olitha Adams, Olitha Morrow. I talked with her and she said yes.
Okay. All right, so you're going to nominate Olitha Morrow. Addition to, do we do Devonna Thomas again as well? Okay, gotcha, all right. Okay, so District
And
3, you're
Devonna.
good. Do you want to stay with Gustavo and Leonard?
Yes.
Yes? District 4,
I would like to keep Mrs. Johnson, but I have a call into a young lady that hadn't called me back yet.
Okay.
I wish I could defer that one.
yes, you may.
Nomination next meeting.
District 5,
I'd like to reappoint Steve Huey to the naming committee, and I'd also like to appoint Veronica Slayton.
okay. All right, so. Mayor, you're keeping? Yes, I'm going to keep Jessica King on the committee.
And I'm so happy when we have community members that want to stay committed to working in our community and that they want to be appointed again. So I'm excited about that. And thank them for their work and service.
So could I have a motion to consider reappointments to the naming facilities naming committee as District 2, Devonna Thomas and Olithia Morrow. And then for District 3, we want to appoint Gustavo and Leonard. On District 4, Ms. Johnson, and we're going to keep that one vacant. And then for District 5, Steve Huey and Veronica Slayton. And for the mayor, Jessica King. Yes, so with those? So moved. We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion from Mayor Ronnie Velazquez, District 3, a second from Phil Robinson, Deputy Mayor Pro Tem, District 5, to reappoint those names as presented. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, let it be known by stating aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimous vote of those present. Next item on the agenda is to discuss upcoming calendars. Don?
Mayor and council, in your packet are the January through April 2025 calendars. We had these in there at the last meeting, but I just wanted to include these again, just to remind you of upcoming meetings. Our next council meeting will be on January 21st. And I'll point out a couple of important dates. We are meeting February 4th and the 11th due to Kaufman County Day being on the 18th. So we will have back-to-back meetings. And then we'll have a strategic plan workshop, part 1, on February 28th. In March, we'll meet on the 4th and the 18th. There will be no workshop in March. National League of Cities will be on the 10th and the 11th of March, if you want to put that on your calendar. And then April, we'll meet on the 8th and the 22nd, and there is a strategic plan workshop part 2 on Friday, April 4th. And I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Anybody have any questions on those dates?
I would like to enter into consideration moving our March 18th meeting to March 25th.
Is that?
If possible.
Due to spring break? March 18th through the 25th?
March 18th to the 25th, correct, due to spring break and other travel.
Are y'all good? Is everybody good on that?
I'm good.
I'm good. Yes? Okay. If we could make that adjustment, please. Anything else? All right. Thank you. Thank you, Don. Next item on the agenda, discuss good news report. This is going to be your PIO, Allison Walker.
Hi, Allison.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I will go very quickly. As y'all can see, my favorite thing about this good news report is that 2024 is over.
Yeah.
There's a little inside joke there that Raylan will get. The eat 12 grapes and for good luck, and yes, I did. Okay. This is just a recap of the holiday community events that we had. Y'all kind of know what all that is, but Gift of Hope and Fill the Truck, and then our downtown tree lighting, which was a big success in spite of the weather that night. There's some pictures from the tree lighting. And we thank Rex for being our faithful Santa for several years now. More community holiday events. The tour of homes, which again wasn't the greatest weather. It was really cold that night, but I think they still had a good turnout. And you can see some of the different charities that goes towards. And also the Association of Breezy Hill Park Christmas toy giveaway. Santa Around Town, I know a couple of council members that had a really good time at that, and another one that stood in his front yard. So anyway, I think y'all got a kick out of that this year, so that was fun. These are some of our projects. I'm very excited. That is outside my house, so I witnessed that firsthand. The street sweeper is a frequent sight these days, and we're thankful for that. This is the dead trees that are being removed out of Ben Gill Park. Glenn might be able to update me on if that number's correct, but that's the latest count I had. So it's a lot of trees. This is the Poetry Road tree removal that these trees were in the TxDOT right away, and Encore has started trimming those, and so you can see the progress there. The Rose Heresy reconstruction project. The new main is in service and providing water to residents, and both of those roads have been fully repaved. Then you can see that this week's asphalt repairs, which I'm sure might be moved due to the weather, and Glenn is saying yes. So we will update those as we get the new streets and the new timeline available. This is a great thing, and again, I don't know if this is going to be weather dependent. Glenn says no. They're going to go ice fishing on the 11th from 10 to 1. This is a partnership with Texas Parks and Wildlife, and it's a great thing for kids. that are 16 and younger at Ben Gill Park. This is a project that the library has wanted to do for a long time. They're converting to this RFID technology, and this will be something that will make the checking out of books so much easier. They've been working lots and lots of hours to get this accomplished, so I think they're almost there, if not complete, so. And then here's all of the, some of the things that have been done to benefit the Candenosa family, and they just continue. So I'm so proud of all the work that these different groups have done to raise money for this family. There's just a small list of the community support, a picture there from the candlelight vigil, but again, it's individuals, it's families, it's groups, and I know personally when I go back to the mailbox here, I'll have to call PD because you can't fit the things in their mailbox, and that's a good problem to have. So I think they really have felt the support. Again, this is a tournament that's coming up on the 18th, a benefit, co-ed benefit softball tournament. And then, again, down here at the bottom, remember to thank officers this week for Law Enforcement Appreciation Day. That is on Thursday. And if any of y'all are able to make it, and hopefully the weather's not too bad, we'll have a banner in support of our officers at the Terrell Police Department at 8:30 Thursday morning. We'll do a picture with the officers, so if you're able to make it out there, that would be great. And then this is just recent, I just added this today. Our TPD Detective Brian Lancaster has designed this coin and patch as a fundraiser, and the proceeds from this will benefit the Candenosa family. And so if y'all want more information on this, you can reach out to Arlie, me, or Detective Lancaster, and he can give you some information, but this is another good way to benefit this family. Last thing, this was congratulations to Tyler Wade. He's the team roping world champion, and he will be here with us on the 21st of January, and we'll do a proclamation in his honor.
And he's going to have his horse available if anybody'd like to ride.
That is all I have.
Hey, you know what?
was
This is a big deal for the city of Terrell and for the Wade family. Y'all don't, it's big. So very proud of him. That's not an easy thing to accomplish. I've been on a horse, so I don't know how you're able to do all that.
I wonder if this might be one of those occasions where
Yeah.
we might need to consider a mural potentially,
Right.
right? It sounds like an occasion for
Yeah.
it. Okay, good deal. Great.
Well, good. Anyone else? Thank you, Allison, for the good news.
Thank you.
Our next item on the agenda is our discuss legislative update. Our senior policy analyst, Myra Matta.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Before you is a short PowerPoint kind of discussing upcoming state and federal legislative priorities that we have, that we're going to be working on, and then opportunities that you as elected officials can be with your state and federal representatives as well to kind of discuss these, what's important for the city. So at the state level, we're really working on hospital recruitment. This can mean anything from working with universities, colleges, as far as academic research partnerships, working with Health and Human Services on partnerships with them, workforce education training, as well as partnerships with the Terrell EDC. So you'll have an opportunity coming up February 17th through 18th. We'll all be going down to Kaufman for Kaufman County Day. We switched it up to make it a Monday-Tuesday event rather than a Sunday-Monday. We're gonna hopefully see some more meetings, more face-to-face time with those representatives to kind of talk about what we really need as a city as well as a county. So that's gonna be very good, productive conversations. On the federal level, these are kind of the priorities that we have moving forward that we're working on. Aging infrastructure, we've discussed that over and over, you as a council. Downtown quiet zones, railroad, environmental cleanup, brownfields, safer routes to school, including sidewalks for pedestrian safety, any kind of police training academy that we can do with Southwestern Christian College, and then Veterans Administration satellite location in Terrell. And like it was mentioned earlier as well, we're gonna go to NLC in DC, March 10th through 12th. In the past, we've had some good face-to-face times with your representatives there. We normally have face-to-face time, both senators and our congressmen as well. And then we also have the opportunity for some agency meetings in the past we have met with, and we are going to be following up with them as well, to include the Federal Railroad Administration, the U.S. Department of Education, and the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. Those are kind of our main focus now, but they're not limited to that list. So like I mentioned, the next steps is kind of going to Austin and DC, figure out how to work with our representatives to get some earmark opportunities as well as grant funding. With all of this being presented to you, we're going to be bringing forward some resolutions for you guys to vote on. When we get those in front of your representatives, it really shows a unified front. Hey, this is kind of what we set forward. We have voted on this. This is what's important to us. So they get that in front of them and they see it's not just a staff member talking to them. It's my council has voted on this. This is kind of what they're going for. So you'll be seeing some resolutions come forward in the near future. And then provide letters of support as well. I was on the TML website earlier, and there's a grassroots support that is just kind of basically saying if they send out an email, they have a bill coming forward, I'm a council member, I want to vote for it against, I'm going to send that out in an email to you guys too, so y'all can be a part of that. And then just continuing researching any kind of partnerships for city priority projects that is led by you. Anything that you guys tell us, we will move forward with that. And then we also have included a TML briefing from Councilwoman Anderson. And I will turn it over to you if you,
Can you flip the switches?
I sure can.
So, since my, I wanted to say ordination, since my being sitting council,
Coronation.
I have attended the Texas Municipal League training for newly elected officials, and then they had a meeting. And then I went to the National League of Cities end of year 100-year celebration. And to say that it was a water hose experience, a fire hose experience. But what I want to share is just a few of the slides. So if you can, so this is the legislative philosophy for the Texas Municipal League, which is an organization, a lobbying organization that helps us as a city put forth our agenda to the Texas legislature. So we are one, and we, as a city, we are considered a small city. And as that, we have to put ourselves forward to them. One of the things that all of us on the council are in agreement, Terrell needs to be a little bit more visible in relation to winning the end-of-year award. I'm extremely competitive, and we are doing some things in Terrell that the rest of Texas needs to know about. So we need somebody that's good with photography to showcase the things that we are doing in the city to win the award next year. Notice I said to win the award next year. In addition to that, we need to be a lot more aware of the things that are coming down the legislative pike that will affect us as a city. We are in the state of Texas. We are the Lone Star State. There is a sense of pride that I have in that, can you just let Terrell do what Terrell wants to do? For that to happen, we need to have a voice in the legislative sessions, which is why Kaufman County Day is important, which is why O'Mira is important when she takes the mayor down there or the mayor takes her down there. But we have people that we need to talk to about the things that are happening in the state that will affect us this year, and they will affect us this year, this session. So the Texas Municipal League vigorously opposes legislation that would erode the authority of Terrell or any other Texas city, but I'm focusing on Terrell. And they represent a level of government closest to the people. And any state mandate that does not provide for a commensurate level of compensation, they also oppose. And these are the resolutions, these are the cities that presented resolutions that the Texas Municipal League is going to be focusing on in their when they go to the legislature. We should be on this list next time. We should be on this list next time. And that's all I'm gonna say about that. It was interesting to see the difficulties, the challenges that large cities, small cities, and tiny cities, what would you call them, O'Meara? Townships?
Townships.
Okay, small, medium, large. All of us are vying for the same thing: water and infrastructure. Key place, water. You don't have water, you don't have a city. Infrastructure, everybody's roads are bad. Some are worse than others, none of them are good. There's a grant that we are, through the National League of Cities, that we are competing, it's a free grant for employees of the city of Terrell to attend to learn how to write grants. And so I think that's something that we should take a part of. The National League of Cities has been serving cities in the United States. It was interesting to meet 4,000 people from across the country celebrating 100 years of representation. We all have the same thing in common: water, infrastructure, sewer, water, pipes. We're all vying for the same federal dollars. We all are lobbying the same senators and representatives. We need to have a presence. We need to look at Terrell as just as good as New York City or better. That's what needs to happen. And what impacts all cities? Water was the number one. There are companies out there that do things that make water cleaner. It was amazing. It was totally amazing. Infrastructure. They have a grant program that is free. We don't have to pay anything to attend. Effective policing. Everybody wants better, that was refreshing, Chief. That was very refreshing. Cities wanted to have improved policing. Homelessness is an issue. All cities said this: we created the problem. How do we fix it? No answer, but it is an issue. Competing for grants and assisting to paying for it all. And we need how do we do all of that? Everybody's vying for the same money. We have a new administration, but we still have relationships with the senators and the representatives on the Hill. Okay, that's all for that. And then, did I have one more slide?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm ready for that one. Oh, there we go. These are the issues that the National League of Cities is going to be pushing in 2025. They have, they're looking to the future. How do we administer and work better in intergovernmental relations, energy, environment, natural resources? And it's not effective to, when we say we want to compare cities, we don't want to compare, we don't need to be apples and oranges, and we don't need to be green apples. You know, no Granny Smiths go with Red Delicious. We are a small city. We are 15,000. We cannot compare ourselves to anybody higher than 30,000. But a small city in the United States is 50,000 or less. And so when we talk about projects, it's better when we write a grant to compare ourselves to those size cities. That's where you get your money the best. Human development, they have programs where they are developing their citizens to go through high school, college, graduate, and come back to the city to work. Now, we're talking playing the long game. So this was, I'm attending meetings where people are playing, we're not planning for the next 3 years. We're planning for the next 15, 20 years. We're growing our citizens, our children, into the city. Public safety, crime prevention, and they have already started in some cities, this last one, information technology, regulating AI, which is, that's a whole nother subject, and that's all for that one. Is there one known? This slide, I met a company, you have to forgive me, I'm not IT literate all the time. This company, I gave them the name Terrell, Texas. They plugged it into their little computer, and this is what came out. This is what caught my eye. According to this population growth at the top of the slide, in 2000, census material said we were at 13,920. And the 2028 anticipated growth is 18,968. So if we're saying we're growing, whose numbers are we looking at? Because these are current numbers. So we need to look at this and consider how we are going to legislate our infrastructure, our water and sewer, and those types of things, building up our city. We have time, based on this, we have time to fix what's broken and to move forward. That's my point of view. But this slide was very interesting because it's not just population growth, it talks about housing, income for mortgage, households versus housing units, community participation, at-risk population, health, and jobs and the economy. I think technology is interesting because they pulled all of that information from the information that the state of Texas and the United States government has on our state. Thank you very much. Is that the last one, Omira?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Great job.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Good job.
Yep. Thank you, Omar. Our next item on the agenda is discuss resolution number 2203, authorizing the city manager to negotiate and execute contracts for professional engineering services, aviation, fuel farm tanks, and fueling station. This is going to be our city engineer, Chris Snap.
Council, Mayor, City Manager, I bring for you tonight a resolution to discuss. The subject matter is the fuel farm out at the airport. So the current fuel tanks were abandoned about 10 months ago due to deterioration and failing. So we are storing our fuel in mobile trucks, and we're renting those trucks. So we are in the midst of going out and getting information. And what we're bringing to you tonight is we went and did an RFQ for qualifications for engineering services for a new fuel farm system. So we went out for the public and posted it. We had 2 applicants return that were interested in doing the project. So that is entail what the project is the fuel farm out at the airport. So if you'll turn to the next page, there you go. There's the scoring system. We had to follow the TxDOT. This is partly funded with TxDOT's help, but then we have some what we call IIJA funds, fancy name, Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. But basically, we have some funding that is provided to us, but it's not going to fund the entire project. So when we get through, we'll be about a 60-40 split. 40% will be part of the city, and the 60% will be through the IIJ funds. So what I'm bringing to you for tonight is a resolution that authorizing the city manager to negotiate and execute a contract for professional services. And you saw the scoring system, and the scoring system has selected KSA Engineering. Y'all have seen them very much before. They have different areas within expertise within their engineering. They have the civil that you know that have drainage. This is aviation side of it. So I bring for you for discussion tonight and final discussion on January 21st. If you have any questions.
Are these for above ground or below?
So I failed to put in there, but we had a conceptual drawing, but these will be above-ground fuel tanks. There'll be two 12,000-gallon tanks that we'll have, and we're going to store them very far away from the terminal. They're going to be in the terminal area, and what's going to be up at the airport taxiway is actually the pump station. The fuel tanks and all the pumps will be located.
This is on page 80, by the way.
Did it make it in there? There you go. I thought I put it in there. That's why you're the city manager. So, we had several concepts. I brought these before the airport board and got their approval and selection and input as to where we need to do this. We talked about various locations, even what type of planes and all that. We have this design, so as we grow at the airport, it's movable and it can be relocated without moving the tanks. The tanks will be located probably about 400 yards away from the airport terminal. So the only thing will be up there at the airport, it would be just the pumps, just like you had to go to get gas at your car. So
Those two yellow places right there.
the two yellow places, one will be Jet A fuel and the other one will be avgas.
Okay.
Those are the types of fuels that the aircraft use. So
two
you can
types of
see
fuels.
that-
Two types of fuels.
Yes, two types of fuels that, and you can see that we could relocate that anytime if we add more apron onto that. So it's movable in the future.
Chris,
Well, one other thing real quick, the tanks that you see are kind of at the entrance area, there will be screening there. So it's not going to be, I want to make it nice when you drive into the airport right now that you can see it. And there's going to be protection and screening all over there.
I did notice that Dustin's on the advisory team here. Has this been fully evaluated from an emergency management standpoint and hazardous materials?
This will be during the engineering study. So this is to do the engineering, so all that will be incorporated during that.
Okay. Thank you.
What's your what are you looking at time frame on?
So the engineering on this will take about, probably about 4 to 6 months, and then we'll go out to bids for construction. So this is just for the engineering services for the quality. We'll work with KSA in coming up with a contract, and I'll be coming back with you saying, okay, now here's the contract relative to this. But this process here is to say, KSA is the selected entity for doing the engineering services for the fuel farm.
Yep. I think we're having more activity at the airport. I think this is we need this. Right now, we're having to rent fuel trucks.
Storage trucks.
And so this seems like a good fit for us if we're going to grow the airport. I still say, and I always tell people that we have a gem of an airport that we just don't utilize enough. But I think it can be a big part of what the city of Terrell is. Does anybody have any questions? We will see this again at our next council meeting?
21st.
Okay.
Okay.
If,
The only,
yes.
the only question I have is around, do we know now, or will the engineering study tell us if the recommendation will be a specific size? And I'm thinking about like growth. Are we planning for what we need now, or will this incorporate potential growth? I don't know how long these last, and if it would allow for growth to be incorporated.
So we're proposing here 12,000 gallons. And what we did, we went back through and looked at our history. And then we have Care Flight that's just moved in. And now we have a new FBO, as you all know, and he will be coming here next meeting or 1st of February to introduce him and show some of the things we have going on with him. We are going to accommodate a third spot for another tank. So we'll have the footing there, but we won't have the tank. These are double-walled line tanks, so they're very expensive, that big. But to accommodate the size, we looked at our fuel usage in history and then looked at the capacity. And we can control the capacity of the tank by how often we fill up with fuel. So those will take into account.
Thank you.
So
My-
y'all remember the software I brought you 4 months ago, back in July? And I asked you how many planes you thought were coming, and y'all said 20, 30, 5. We're up to about 400. So that's 400 touch and goes, landings and takeoffs. So the airport is getting a lot of activity.
That's good news. Now, you're going to be a part of the negotiation process, is correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And it's too premature to ask what the number's gonna look like?
Yes, ma'am, I don't know.
I'd say it might be a good opportunity to move our fireworks display back to Ben Gill, since we're gonna have giant jet fuel containers. sitting there.
Could be. What we're gonna do with it? Good question.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm for that.
All right.
Mayor, I gotta tell you, as a former aviator myself, this airport couldn't be located in a better place. It's the first airport to the east of Dallas that is not in what's called the terminal control area, where you have to have a radio and a transponder, things, special equipment in your plane. Here, you don't need anything. Also, and that's why they're using it for touch and goes a lot, for that very reason. And it'll also enhance our fuel sales there as well. So I think we're in a wonderful position there.
All right. Our next item on the agenda, discuss and consider Pet Adoption Center construction options, amendment to professional service task order number 3A for project 2023C-03 and Pet Adoption Center CMA services, and amendment to professional service task order number 3B for project 2023C-03 Pet Adoption Center WRA services. This is going to be handled by Raylan Smith.
It's a lot of words
It
for
is.
an update for task orders. So as you know, we've been discussing different options for the Pet Adoption Center. We did bring you a few weeks ago just an update on those options, whether, we renovated the existing space there on the frontage road going towards Highway 80 West, or we looked at the possibility of a brand-new location, which would give you more of a campus feel out by the police department headquarters. Based on the cost estimates, staff recommended option number 2, which would give you a brand-new facility. Ultimately, you would end up with more square footage, and you would be able to design that square footage. So the way we've got this broken down is a lot like how you went through the fire station number 3 process. And so what I'm asking for is whichever option you're comfortable with. Again, staff recommendation was option 2, that these task orders would simply get you through the schematic design phase. And so then we would bring it back to you. You would see where we're at. You could ask questions about the design, and then we would ask for the next step in the task orders so that we make sure that you're involved in the entire process. So what you have in your packet are the actual task orders for core construction and WRA architects. And so it would just be for the first step in designing the Pet Adoption Center.
Go back to the cost. So we would get more square footage for the 5.7 million versus continuing with the Highway 80
Yes.
adoption option 1 at 7.3 million.
Yes, sir.
Correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. So I don't know why you wouldn't want to save the money and increase the square footage. Sounds like a good deal to me, right?
Yes.
Does anybody have any questions?
I do. What happens to the other building that we purchased that's going to be sitting there vacant now?
So it would be just like any other city-owned property. You would have different options moving forward with it. would definitely be surplus land. It's great location and, that it's open for
Nothing
discussion.
intended for it currently? Nothing we've thought through? Okay. And also, I wanted to mention that, as we're beginning to move from sort of an animal shelter mentality to a pet adoption center sort of mentality, it's a good chance for a philosophical change, I think, with regard to how we approach our animal control. I would like to see, for council, some numbers and some statistics around sort of our kennel calculations, our intake and adoption reports, things specific to what we're doing currently to make sure this new facility is going to meet our needs. I'd like us to see a presentation on, sort of any contracts with any outside agencies we're utilizing currently and our SOPs around it. I just want to see some numbers and processes to make sure this new facility is meeting our needs.
Be happy to bring that forward to you as part of this design process, absolutely.
Yeah.
All right.
I have, who did these comparisons with these prices? Was it, which,
Core construction.
okay. I just like, sometimes we drop the ball or we're behind the 8 ball. If this was a better, I don't know. I feel bad if I didn't even think about that versus purchasing something. Oh, yeah, we got another building, but we can find use for it later. It just.
Just keep in mind, the initial phase of your existing building on the frontage road was not supposed to include all of the storm damage. So we technically could have been able to move in at a lot less expense and been able to push back some of the additional phasing in that building. It was because of the substantial storm damage.
Was it insured or anything that
It-
could help us negotiate, minimize some of that?
The building was insured, but it was insured at its current condition. So replacement is going to be based on current condition. So you would still have a substantial.
Okay, thank you.
And I do have when you talked about insurance, so we filed a claim and we got money. Did we get money?
I would have to get that information to you to see where we're at on the claim.
Because if we
process.
get the money from the claim, then it could be money that goes into what it was claimed against.
I can get those
Can you
numbers
do
for
that
you.
for
Yeah,
me?
absolutely.
Thank you very much.
I'll give you an update on that.
To the councilwoman's point, though, are we planning on doing some damage control replacement?
There's
so it
gonna
doesn't
have-
deteriorate
yes,
anymore?
There will have to definitely be the roof repairs. You're going to have to go in and make sure that the building is sealed up
Right.
so that you don't have additional damage.
And that insurance, the insurance will cover that.
Yes, but we'll have estimates with that. So I'll get with staff and we'll kind of do a breakdown of what that insurance claim looked like and what the build back was.
Okay. Thank you. Anyone else? All right. Dog and cat lovers, what do you want to do? Option 1, option 2. This is to approve these services.
Do I say I move that we go with option 2?
Yes.
Can I just say that what you're doing here is that is embedded in the 2 task orders that Raylan brought forward. If you go back to the agenda item report on page 105, what you'll see is that very, very overly lengthy phrase down there is the very specific, you're telling us to move forward with the task order for,
Approve Resolution 2203, authorizing city manager to negotiate, execute contracts for professional engineer service. Nope, that's
no, that's,
aviation.
no.
We got to go down one.
We're on page 105.
Okay.
And this is authorizing me to do the 2, Raylan has 2 items in your packet. One is the CMA services, construction manager services, right? And the other one is WRA, that's your architect. We say, hey, go do this task. All of the analysis that everybody just talked about, that's embedded in those. That allows us to get started and then come back and say, okay, here's the next level of detail associated with that. We've written those 2 task orders based on option 2. And so if you read off this overly lengthy motion, then that covers what we're aiming for here.
Hold on. This one says task order 3A.
There's a 3A and a
And a
3B.
Is that the ones we want?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we're authorizing the city manager to execute the amendment to professional services. Okay, got it.
Mayor,
Yes.
before a motion, one additional question. For the land where we originally, land and building we originally purchased, if that were to be sold, remind me, what fund would those, what bucket of money, what fund would that go back
I'll be
into?
back.
You would have flexibility there, frankly. So I would say that as we look at that facility and make a decision about it, I would give you the input that we probably need some more development on that edge, right? Because that's going to inflate in value as more of those houses get built out there. And so we've got plenty of time to be able to make that decision.
So wait. Didn't it come out of the CR, the 2023, the money?
No, that came out of a previous
Okay.
issuance, and so
All right.
you're not replenishing a CO there.
got
You're
it.
going to have some discretion about what you want to do with that money. But again, staff's going to recommend we hold a little bit and let some of
Okay.
that development happen.
Cool. Motion.
Motion?
Has a motion?
So I'm gonna,
If you'll make a motion to approve, I can read into the record.
I make a motion that we approve it.
Okay. Second?
Second.
We have a motion from Donna Renee Anderson, District 2, a second from Phil Robinson, Deputy Mayor Pro Tem District 5, to authorize the city manager to execute the amendment to Professional Service Task Order Number 3A for Project 2023C-03, Pet Adoption Center, CMA Services, and amendment to Professional Services Task Order Number 3B for Project 2023C-03 for Pet Adoption Center and WRA Services. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, let it be known by stating aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. Next item on the agenda is 7.2. Discuss and consider resolution allowing city manager to execute documents with Kenlock Equipment and Supply, Inc. to purchase a used 2020 Vector 2100i combination sewer cleanout equipment. DJ? No, yeah.
Yes.
There you are,
it's
okay.
me. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm here to request your authorization to allow the city manager to sign and get the appropriate documents from Kinlock to be able to purchase this vac truck. There's a picture on the next page of showing what it looks like. It is used regularly. I am getting more and more complaints of clogged sewers from different residents and businesses throughout town, and we need this big equipment to go through some of our heavy-duty clogs, which can be caused by grease, can be caused by roots in the system, or debris. We was just with our Gil Acuna at our lift station at Rose Hill. We pulled out a 6-foot-long 2x2 piece of wood out of our lift station. It's amazing what gets in there, and we're having to push out. Anyway, I give you the components of a vac truck. The simple version is we have a water tank on it that we're used to project water to help clean it. We have a suction on it to be able to pick up debris out of the sewer system or out of a valve. And then we have a long hose that we stick through up to 1,000 feet to be able to go between manholes to clean it. Our old vac truck basically gave up the ghost and is no longer drivable on the streets. We could not find replacement parts from a junkyard or anything else, so we do need this new truck. We got a great deal from Kinlock. They got a used truck from Tyler. We know how many hours it's in, how it's been used, and we've modified it to meet our criteria. We're also getting some new heads to be able to go through the sewer system. They're called cutter heads. That's part of this purchase price. And we are able to get a 5-month warranty and then a lump sum purchase and have the new vac truck. Basically, our out-of-pocket cost is going to be $340,283.
Over, is this a one-time purchase price or?
It's one-time purchase price.
Okay. What was the life of the old truck? Do we know?
It was 18 years old,
18 years old, so we
and
got,
it went through basically an accident that totaled it.
okay. Will this new truck have our city logo on it, or just?
Yes.
It will?
All trucks will
And then
have
what
the
about
city logo.
training for usage of the truck?
We already have a smaller version of this that's been trained on, and Kinlock also does training as needed on anything that's new with it.
Yeah.
So, yes, our crews are very well trained, and we use it daily, so they get plenty of practice.
Wonderful, thank you. Anybody have any
Unfortunately.
questions?
And how much is it again?
$340,283.
So this is a not to exceed number of 340,000? Okay.
And the trade-in credit is for the old truck?
Trade-in is, we have a vac trailer. It's all of that you hook on the back of a pickup, and we're gonna trade that in. So for this one, which is on a truck chassis, so we just drive one vehicle, has everything with it, versus having to put it on behind a one-ton truck and hook it up and go.
Let me ask you this, just thinking ahead. Will we need it later for anything?
We now have, with this purchase, we will have 2 mobile vac trucks, a smaller one that's basically doing the work of what the trailer would do, and now this bigger one. So we are keeping the same services, it's just that we're more mobile with the 2 vac trucks.
Okay.
Does this require 2-man crew or just one?
Safety-wise, we always would go with a 2-man crew.
Okay, all right. Okay,
Get this.
If we can sign it, we'll start the paperwork tomorrow. And the truck will actually be probably delivered,
Okay.
what, in 3 weeks? Well, this is Dane.
Okay. Now, you are a part of the negotiation.
Yes.
Okay.
you represent Vector?
Yeah, he represents Kinlock,
Okay,
who
Kinlan, okay, gotcha.
you're buying it from.
I saw a slide about, pay-as-you-go. Let me see that slide. I can't find it. I want to make sure I'm looking at the numbers.
Just go to the last one.
Equipment's budget status.
Go the other way.
It was something about pay.
Keep going. If you'll just keep flipping through pages. There you go. So remember, we approved a $480,000 roughly budget for pay-as-you-go utility equipment. So this is the spending of how we're spending that $480,000 from that council budgeted in the FY25 budget. So this will be the big purchase, and this will round out our year, and we'll have to make it through the rest of the year with no more big purchases, which we feel like we're going to cross our fingers and try to get to. And then we'll have another swing at this in FY26.
So will we have about 160,000 left based on
No.
this purchase?
We're down to zero. We're actually,
Yeah.
everything we've committed to, we've actually overspent by $4,500, which I talked to Glenn, and Glenn says he will help cover that overage.
Right.
So we do work together. But no, our costs for the trailers, the tractor to pull the heavy 18,000 heavier equipment and all that stuff that we never had, we haven't had for a couple of years now, we are now getting this year. All that brings us up to a total of $485,000.
So, DJ, you said we already have one smaller truck?
Yes, we have one smaller one it's on a 5-year lease, and it's on a mile per mile, so it's basically under a full warranty. Anything goes wrong,
Okay.
we take it back, they give us a loaner. We have been using that loaner now for a while, but we now have the smaller truck back, and this will be the big one.
I do like to see that we're purchasing this for kind of a more long-term solution versus leasing it. I think we do a lot of leasing that, this is probably a good approach.
Yeah.
But I do have a concern that, would potentially 2 smaller trucks meet our needs, or do we need the big truck?
We need the big truck because we have sewer lines that are 20 feet deep that are collapsing. We need to be able to push through that dirt, broken pipes. Like I said, we find all kinds of stuff in our sewer lines. I had, last year when I first got here, we had a company come out and clean out one by Catherine Street. They had probably 2 feet of bricks and rock and everything else in it that was obstructing flow that they had to pull out. So I need the effort and the suction that these bigger trucks can pull to clean out the debris that's in these manholes and sewer lines.
Do you feel good about it from a management standpoint? Do you feel good about spending your entire equipment budget on this one item?
Yes, because it's something we need and we use daily.
Okay.
Let me ask you this, does it come on a trailer? That
It
we
comes
have
on a
truck
chassis.
That can bring it? Like, is it anything of this magnitude that can do the work, that we won't use all of our budget in
No.
January?
You're paying for the tank, a water tank, a 3,000 gallon water tank. You're paying for the pumps to be able to generate the pressure, to be able to clean it. The long hoses, the toolbox. I mean, whether you put it on a trailer and pull it or put it on a chassis, you're really spending the same, almost the same amount. Yes, by putting it on a trailer, you don't have to spend the money on a tractor or a truck per se, but we still have to buy the 1 ton or 2 ton truck to be able to pull it if we put it on a trailer. So where's your cost savings? This way, it's all one, cab's there, heated, we put the toolboxes on it, go through the neighborhoods, and we start cleaning sewers.
Good.
DJ, staffing-wise, walk me through an example of if we have 2 or 3 calls come in at the same time, do we have enough staffing to go, how many calls can they go out at a time, or do you have to do one at a time because of staffing?
We have staff both trucks at the same time, so we have 4 people, 2 for each truck. They have to do one call at a time because very seldom are they going to be next to each other. So it's a priority of we trying to address clogs in the order that they are given to us.
And will the bigger truck also be able to take care of what the small truck
Yes.
is able to do?
If it can get through the area. But typically, we will try and use the big truck for the bigger clogs and the ones we know we have problems with, and the smaller ones typically for this is a once in every 3 months or once a year, or this is the first time we've ever had a clog from that particular address, and we know that the sewer main is pretty wide open. We'll use the smaller truck to get that one and save the bigger one for the more challenging projects.
So if I'm looking at the FY25 equipment budget, these are all items that we've purchased this year?
Yes.
So we've already surpassed our equipment budget by that much in 1 month, and we made all these purchases this
It's
early on in
actually
the
3
year?
months because we started October 1st.
Well, okay, sure, but I mean, that's disconcerting when we allocated that much to the budget and we're already over it this early on.
Yeah, but
But that's,
we knew what we were going to buy with it. That's why they had the budget at 380.
Well, if we knew, we should have budgeted more money for the equipment.
But
You know
what
what I
they
mean?
did was when they came to the budget, they asked for the equipment that was needed at that time and the dollar amount. And we knew we were going to get it at the first of the year, sometime during the first of the year delivery. And that's why it worked out.
Yeah, and I could just tell you, $4,458, we have adequate additional funds in the fleet budget to be able to spend a little less in another area in fleet and incorporate that $4,458 overage.
But if we come back in June or July asking for another big equipment buy,
the only way we do that is if we have an emergency that,
Okay.
hey, we had an accident and a truck got totaled.
Yeah.
You know, we still have the insurance, but there's probably some out-of-pocket costs that would go with it. You know, we are planning on using what we've got for the rest of the year, and come October 1st, 2025, yes, we would love to have another $500,000, $550,000 for additional equipment. Because yes, I'd like to get a crane truck for my wastewater treatment plant. We'd love to get more pickups for the additional, to
I think every
replace some
department,
old
there's a lot of
ones.
things that every department would like to
Yes.
have, I guarantee you. But in this circumstance, is any of this overage going to be passed on to our citizens in utility rates?
No, not,
No, this is just out of the fleet fund.
Okay. All right, well, I'd just like to keep a close eye on this going forward. You know, it's,
Super happy for our citizens. Your guys do a good job when we call or put those requests in online. I'm very appreciative. It's
yeah,
much
we appreciate them putting it online because it
needed.
helps
That's why
us.
It's painful, but I know it's good for our citizens, and I'm happy for your department too. It'll help.
It will. Thank you.
And I anticipate, DJ, I appreciate you doing this. I really do. And I know the work that you and your staff do. To Councilmember Phil's concern, yes, we're going to spend the money. But I anticipate the way our infrastructure, the way the earth is crushing our pipes right now, I anticipate that we are going to spend a whole lot more money this year that is going to blow our budget through the roof. So just, we need to buckle up.
All right.
Thank you, DJ.
Thank you.
Again, council, thank you, DJ. This is a resolution allowing city manager to execute documents with Kinlock Equipment and Supply, Inc. To purchase a used 2020 Vector 2100i combination sewer cleanout equipment not to exceed $340,283. Is there a motion?
I move that we do this.
Okay. There's a motion. Is there a second? Second. We have a motion from Donna Renee Anderson, District 2, a second from Stephanie Holmes Thomas, Mayor Pro Tem District 4, to approve a resolution allowing city manager to execute documents with Kinlock Equipment and Supply, Inc. to purchase a used 2020 Vector 2100i combination sewer cleanout equipment not to exceed $340,283. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, let it be known by stating aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. Unanimous vote of those present. Our next item on the agenda is 7.3, discuss and consider resolution number 2204, approving and authorizing publication of notice of intention to issue Series 2025 certificates of obligation in an amount not to exceed $4,250,000 and declaring expectation to reimburse expenditures with proceeds of future debt. This is going to be our Assistant City Manager, Mark Mills. Dang, it's a lot. I'm tired. No food.
I've been called worse.
I don't have any energy. Where's that Red Bull? Oh.
He's angry.
Yes, go ahead, Mark.
So the item before you this evening is Resolution 2204. The resolution does two things. The first thing it does is it authorizes us to publish a notice of intent to issue certificates of obligation in the newspaper and as well as on our website. And the other thing it does is it declares that we expect to be able to reimburse ourselves from the proceeds of future debt for expenditures that we make, that we're planning on using that debt for. We have 2 fire engines that are currently on order. We're expecting them to be in Texas by the end of the month. Expect them to be with the the Terrell Fire Department sometime in the month of February, at which time we'll be required to pay for them. It's about 1.89, just under 1.9 million dollars. It's $1.875 million in expense for those 2 fire engines. In addition, when we presented the capital plan to you back in September, I believe it was, we talked about roughly $4 million in debt that we were going to have to issue. It was the $1.875 million for the 2 fire engines, as well as about $2 million, so $2.15 million for the replacement and upgrade of the repeater on our telecommunications tower, as well as our dispatch consoles. The dispatch consoles are approaching end of life. The repeater that would go on the tower, it improves the signal as well as expands the footprint of our signal. So those are the 2 items that are going to be funded through the certificates of obligation. What we're asking for you to do tonight, the resolution, it authorizes us to post the notice, and it basically creates that expectation of reimbursement. It does not obligate the city to anything financial. We'll come back to you all at a future date. I believe the date is March the 4th, at which time the certificates of obligation would have gone out, and we would receive competitive bids, and we would bring those to you on March the 4th. The results would come in probably around 10:30 that morning, and then we would bring you that information that night to actually sell the certificates of obligation. But what this resolution does is it's not obligating the city to pay anything. It's just authorizing us to actually post the notice.
All right, this is COs for $4 million debt. for public safety, communications, and our fire departments. Does anybody have any questions for Mark?
So, just to be clear, 2 fire trucks and a system, a communication system, because our existing communication system is towards end of life.
The dispatch consoles are towards the end of life, and the repeater will actually improve the signal from dispatch out to and between public safety, as well as expand the footprint. It'll take it further to the northeast, I believe.
Okay.
This also gives us the redundancy of, right now, if something dramatic was to happen at the I-20 water tower location, we would be relying on, sister agencies, Garland, blah, 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 for coverage. And having the second site, this one located at the police headquarters, gives us that opportunity to say, okay, we lost one, but we didn't lose the other one. And so that's an important component of this as well.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Again, this is, anyone else? Resolution,
What's the lifespan of these things? How old is our old one? I'm curious.
The telecommunication consoles went in about the time that the building was constructed. So I wasn't here, so I don't recall. We're anticipating on the fire engines, the way that we're structuring the debt, we're financing the fire engines for 10 years. They typically have a 20-year life. It's 10-year frontline, 10-year reserve. The telecommunications equipment, we're actually financing for 15. We expect that the 15 to 16 is within the range of expectation. We wouldn't finance it for longer than the useful life.
okay.
You're welcome.
All right. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you.
Again, this is discuss and consider resolution number 2204.
Move to approve resolution number 240.
2-2.
2204.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a motion from Mayor Ronnie Velazquez, District 3, a second from Donna Renee Anderson, District 2, to approve Resolution 2204 as presented. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, let it be known by stating aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimous vote of those present. Our next item on the agenda, council, is our consent agenda. This is going to be items 8.1, 8.2, 8.3, 8.4, 8.5, 8.6. We may do that together if you so choose. Is there,
Motion to approve consent agenda as presented.
there's a motion. Is there a second?
Never mind.
Second.
Okay. I have a motion from Phil Robinson, Deputy Mayor Pro Tem District 5, a second from Mayor Ronnie Velazquez, District 3, to approve consent agenda as presented. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
I have a question.
Yes.
On the 8.2,
Yes, ma'am.
this is,
Second reading, so we've
Okay.
approved it on the first reading.
okay, yes, that's all.
Okay. Anyone else? Hearing none, all those in favor, let it be known by stating aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries for unanimous vote of those present. Our next item on the agenda, receive fire department monthly report. I would ask that the council reach out to our fire chief and staff if you have any questions regarding the monthly report. Our next item on the agenda is adjourn into executive session in accordance with Section 551 of the Texas Government Code to discuss the following: Section 551.071, consultations with attorneys; Section 551.072, personnel matters; and Section 551.87, deliberations regarding economic development negotiations